Okay, the YouTube stream's back up again. We should be good. Let's get some clients open. PC just restarts, sometimes once per day, sometimes not at all. I've recently been having similar issues. I figured out that my my CPU simply doesn't like it when when some of the voltages on the cores drop below a certain threshold. I've just got I appear to have a slightly twitchy CPU, which is just the silicon lottery, unfortunately. But it means all I had to do was lift the core voltages on my CPU and turn off C states. Now everything's chilling. I am in no way, shape, or form do I care about saving electricity. I want maximum performance whilst the PC's on, please. And it was like energy saving features that was causing it to go bananas, so I switched all of that off. This a minute ago, the F a minute ago was because for some reason my graphics card was getting hammered and it just crashed the driver. So I don't know. More reasons to eventually end up with a proper streaming PC. But my old PC isn't powerful enough to be considered the stream PC anymore. It's got a 3070 in it, but it's, it's a really old CPU. It needs updating before it can be properly utilized as a stream PC. But we go again. Where did we even get to before everything went kashplat? It looks like we had looted mailboxes, but had we posted? We had posted on one realm. We had posted on 2 realms. Had we posted on realm 3 and realm 4? Looks like maybe we had. We've got 128 gig of RAM now, and I hope to God it's not faulty RAM with these prices. Well, if it's faulty, you can get it exchanged, which shouldn't cost you a penny. Unless, of course, you've had it past its 2-year manufacturer's warranty. And often, good RAM comes with longer warranties anyway. The downside with warranties, though, is it often leaves you in the lurch. You might not get an instant swap. I tried that Lumber Helper add-on last night, posted a pic on Discord, got 320 lumber in an hour. I mean, that's an impressive amount of lumber. That's definitely good effort. And for reference, you posted it in the housing showroom channel. The channel that I seem to vaguely remember you were the one that asked to have in the first place. Can we have a place where we can show off our houses? That's like, come on, man. But yes, some dedicated hour blasts of farming can easy do 200, 250. You can probably push 300 if you get some RNG on your side as well, and a good route. Right, what we got here? 30k. We'll take 30k. Nothing on this realm. One single sale and nothing else on that realm, which is odd. Single sale over here as well. You got to remember, Windows will use RAM if RAM is there. The more RAM you have, the more RAM you'll consume. Windows will only start clawing it back from programs once you start reaching a threshold. So if you've got 64 gig of RAM, it will probably use 50 of it before it starts, you know, bringing any of it back. My PC, or I've got 64 gig of RAM, and my PC pretty exclusively sits at like 50. What are we on right now? 42.6 being consumed. And that's just because, you know, it uses it as quick access storage. That's what it is. If you have 128, you'll use 90 of it all the time. As much of it as you have, your operating system will consume if you leave your computer on for a reasonable amount of time. But there will be rarely a scenario where you need that much RAM. Certainly not playing a video game. Still on Windows 10, never changing. I mean, I don't do anything serious enough to really pay much attention to which Windows OS we use these days. I've had Windows 11 on this machine since the day I bought it, so I've had Windows 11 for a few years now. It doesn't bother me. You're just playing, yeah, if you're just playing video games, like 16 gig of RAM is fine. It's one thing that I see people end up with far more of it than they really need. I still consider my PC to be overkill with 64. Gearing up to move over to Linux, had enough of Windows. Scary though, to be honest. If you're doing something very specific and there's something that's really frustrating you, sure, use whatever, but like for the most part, I am bothered. Works, it works. Oh, another 50k here. I tell you, whoa, Night Spire Fountain for 50k. It's not often we get big boy sales like that these days. I don't have anything super high value. Like, I've not been... Hey, we sold a beanbag chair! I'm more excited about the beanbag chair than I am the 50k fountain. Easily pleased today. Wonderful stuff. You're right, I asked for that channel and then forgot to post my house there. I'll post pics later. Hey, it's all good, don't worry about it. I'm not super strict about that sort of stuff in the Discord anyway. I just kind of found it funny that you're like, I don't know if this is the right place to post this. After you requested the channel in the first place. Irony amuses me. What am I min-maxing normal strings for my auction operation? These characters are mostly going to be using DB region sale average, or referencing DB region sale average. Because most of the things they're selling are things that have been bought to flip. Built a new PC last October. The RAM prices were already going up. 32 gig is plenty. I'll upgrade to 64 once it's cheaper and I actually need it. I wish I'd have gone for 64. I tend to find it these days there is always one component in a PC that's going to be the bottleneck component. You know, we've gone from it being 50 series graphics cards or graphics cards in general to RAM to, you know, in SSDs have had a bit of a blip. You know, it's basically whatever is the component that the data centers are struggling to get their hands on enough of that like pushes the price of it all up and it hits consumers pretty heavy. Basically means if you're ever building a new PC, expect there to be one component where you're going to have to pay twice as much as you feel is necessary. Or you do what some people do, which is just upgrade components periodically to try and avoid market fluctuations like that. It's really odd that I've pretty always been on team, you know, build your own PC. It's adult Lego at the end of the day. It's not rocket science these days. It used to be a lot more complicated when you actually had to like properly install shit, but it's all just plug and play these days. As long as you don't break anything when building it, like it's not really that difficult. That said, I'm also more so seeing the value these days of just paying a professional PC builder. I don't go buy a pre-built from Walmart or Dell. Those flipping pre-builts are always dog shit. But like find a proper computer store, an actual specialist that will build one for you and just like spend however much you're willing to spend on a good all-round pre-built PC from somebody that knows what they're doing. You ain't going to pay that much of a premium over like, you know, ticket price for the components. And at least you then have somebody you can turn around and go, oi, it don't work, fix it. Which is easily worth the $200 in most cases. The problem is if you're only spending €1,000 on a PC, that €200 premium for somebody to build it and fix it becomes like the difference between an entire, you know, entire level up upgrade on a graphics card or something. But if you're actually building a proper, you know, somewhat near to high-end PC, the relative value of getting somebody to build it for you is far more value. There's a good chance next time I upgrade my PC, there's a store not too near me, but there's a company in Finland that's quite good at pre-builts. I might approach them for them to just build me one. Not because I don't have the ability to put it all together myself, but just because I can say, I want this, 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 and this, and they'll go, okay, and they'll build it.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
But a Dell or an Alienware or a Walmart pre-built PCs are usually going to be worth avoiding. Yo, Chelida with the 30 months. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Hope you're staying nice and warm. Stay indoors because it's flipping freezing outside. And if you've got that Helsinki sea breeze, I can imagine it feels even colder than it is. I haven't looked at RAM prices in Finland, though. I don't know if they've gone as absolutely loopy-doopy here as they have everywhere else. There's pros and cons of Finland being a small country. The cons are that we don't get much stock of things in the first place, but the fact that there's also not a huge monstrous market for it also means we're slightly more protected against completely ridiculous price hikes. Unless there is actually a proper shortage of something, and then it's 30% more expensive than everywhere else. What would it cost me if I wanted to get 64 gig of RAM these days? We find out. I can't show you this because I'm logged into this website and it will dox my address, which I'm not doing, but what's 64 gig of DDR5 setting me back right now? Holy, okay, maybe the price hike has hit Finland. Holy balls. If I was to replace my RAM right now, it's 875 euros. Holy. For reference, when I built this PC, which was, in fact, I'm going to find out exactly how much I paid for that. Exactly how much did I pay for my RAM? And I thought I paid over the odds because I was having to buy DDR5 when it was new. When did I build this PC? 2024? Oh. I don't think I ordered it online. I think I went and bought it. Means I don't have an email receipt. Okay, I don't know. I don't remember paying any more than 300 euros for my RAM, though. So my RAM, if I was to have to replace the 64 gig of RAM in my PC right now, it is now 3 times the price it was when I bought it 3 years ago. 2 years ago. Ouch! Okay, even Finland is suffering with RAM prices. That is bananas. Oh, 30k. One single gilded throne. Flipping hell. If I need a quick 400 euros, I can just sell one of my 32 gig sticks of RAM. In fact, no, I bought 4 16 gig sticks. So mine's worth even more. Stupid RAM prices. Anyway. It's gotten a lot easier over the years, but troubleshooting got somewhat more complicated. My build that I did 4 years ago had a stability issue for months until I figured it out. If you buy a pre-built, it's not your problem if it crashes, and that is worth some money. It is, I agree, if you have a backup option. This is the only problem, right? It's great that you can just make it somebody else's problem. But if it is something intermittent, which often is difficult to A, diagnose, and B, fix, even when you know what you're doing, then for how much of the time are you going to be without your PC? Now, like I said, it's great if you've got a backup, but like, if like most people struggle to stomach the cost of a single gaming PC these days, never mind having a spare backup for if the first one goes tits up. This is the only thing that is why I don't mind troubleshooting and fixing stuff myself, because at least I don't have to. At least I can do that on my timescale, you know. Real life flipping opportunities if you bought a lot of RAM earlier. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to find out the RAM in my graphics card is worth 3 times what I paid for it, which is kind of wild. The fact that 64 gig of RAM probably costs more than a 5070 graphics card, does it? I bet it does. I bet 64 gig of RAM costs more than a 5070. Ah! It does. 5070 Ti is 950 euros. 64 gig of RAM is 950 euros. Shit's broken, man. Oh, hello, 50k. We'll take 50k on this realm. Across a few different things. Nothing above 10k, but just a bunch of sales. Right place, right time. Yo, we're doing alright so far on these. A pre-built PC is also stupid expensive. Oh, they will be. They will be because they're priced based on market rates. For example, in Finland, I would probably buy a pre-built PC from gyms. This is no sponsorship, but that's where I would buy a pre-built from. I've bought stuff from them before and they're always good, even with customer service after the fact. Upgraded my GPU. The reason I did it is because I figured I could probably sell my old one for more than I bought it for at some time this year with price increases. See, this was weirdly one of the reasons to why I wasn't too concerned about buying a 5080, because I also kind of figured that, yeah, I mean, I got it at MSRP. I paid 1,300 euros for my 5080, but I've had it for nearly a year. When did I buy it? Like February, March last year. So I had it during the period of time where they were like being scalped and stupid price. I was fortunate to get one at MSRP. But I equally didn't mind. I still felt that it's an enthusiast level graphics card, but it will also probably hold its value kind of well. Meaning if in like 2 years' time, you know, when the 60 series turns up, there's a very good chance the 50 series will disappear. The 60 series will be next to impossible to buy. And the value of the 50 series graphics cards, at least the higher end ones, the 5080s, the 5090s, will go up in value. So it's kind of like, it's certainly not an investment, but I tend to feel it would hold its value better. $25k on this realm. I mean, ultimately, it doesn't really matter because I very, very, very rarely sell my old components, as I basically just recycle. You know, I have new PC, I have old PC. And if I exchange a component, I buy something new for the new PC, and the old one goes in the old PC. So I rotate stuff around that way. And I also have a queue of family members that would be like, do you need? My niece, for example, got a 3070 off me 6 months ago. Because it was the third in the queue. It was either sell it for a few €100 or give my niece a nice birthday present. Yeah, the old either ends up being so old that it's just landfill, or like I said, a family member will claim it. But the fact you can get a 5070 for €600 now, and there's a selection of them, is probably the best value for money graphics card right now, I'd say. Like I said, there's always one component that's going to fuck you over if you build a PC, and at the moment it's just RAM. RAM will get you. If I sell my gold, I might be able to buy a new PC. Well, that I wouldn't recommend. You might not have much need of a PC if your accounts get banned for RMT. €800 for 5070 Ti. Yeah, that sounds like a good price for the Ti version as well. It's you know, it's difficult because, you know, only a generation or two ago, in graphics card terms anyway, a 70 Ti you wouldn't want to pay over €500 for, but you know, the world's a bit broken right now. Which still means €800 is a good price. No beta this week. Next week will probably be a big one. There's still the possibility that they drop it this evening. They don't often do build updates on a Friday, but the beta, it's a little bit less important what day the beta comes out, because, you know, it's kind of semi-paywalled, so they can kind of put it out whenever they want. Few sales of Decor here. They don't often push things on a Friday, but it does mean if it doesn't pop up this evening, it will be next week before we even get a beta build again, which is kind of wild. That will have gone... It's already been like 17, 18 days since we had a build. I mean, if they wait too long, I'm going to basically have no choice but to start digging around regardless. I just want to milk Decor for as much as it's got before that happens, really. Mostly because I got 4 more copies of Midnight to buy. And I'd like to preferably do that with some Decor funds. I need to decide whether early access for these accounts is of value to me as well. I mean, it definitely is, but it also definitely means I need to make use of it if it does. It's quite a, 4 additional copies of Epic. 4 additional Epic. What's the price difference between the base version and the Epic one these days? Game upgrades. Epic Edition's 80. Standard is 50. Oh no, Epic is 90. Flipping hell. Yeah, so it's like an extra 40, but it's nearly double the price for Epic. Which really makes me question whether, do I really need Epic on these 4 bonus accounts? Do I really want to spend that much extra for 3 days early access? The question is could I pay it back? Well, probably. With 20 characters on each account, I could probably make the $40 back, but at that point, do I want to just break even? It's going to have to be, I don't want to be just breaking even on the cost. I would want it to be super duper mega worth me doing. The argument is, what am I going to be doing on these 4 bonus accounts during early access? If there's, I mean, there's a round of concentration crafting on all of them, which will be good for summon. There's also day 1 access to 80 additional material bags, which will be good for summon. But I'm not 100% sure whether it's worth dropping 90 euros of Blizzard balance on each of these 4 accounts instead of just 50. Played beta a bit yesterday. Noticed was that while other factions it was easy to reach Renown 6 whilst doing the campaign, I was stuck on 2 with the Singularity. Quests give little to no rep. Do you think it will be fixed? Yeah, it's yeah, they'll be about equal to level up. They put rep on the quests just to show that these are quests that should have rep. But I also noticed that some of them seem to have had the rep balanced and some of them haven't. So another 30k on this realm. Nothing over here. Depends what I want to do with early access. Because the difficulty is putting 4 extra copies of Epic Edition. If I then decide that in early access, I'm just going to, I'm just going to, oh, flipping hell, I was using the wrong auctioneer. If I'm just going to level a few characters on my main account and do a bit of tinkering with professions, then I certainly won't get value out of it. There needs to be some really good reason for me to give these 4 extra accounts in Epic Edition. Tokens dropping frequently below 390 in the EU at the moment. If you need Blizzard balance, I'd recommend watching the token closely. Yeah, yes, I agree. The time to do it is kind of now. Sub 400k tokens are a bit of a luxury in the EU. Right, I need to quickfire the rest of these. Taking too long doing this. Only reason for 5 is for farming. Anything else, you don't need that many. Yeah, it would have to be a 5-team druid hive mind situation. Would make it worth doing. But then that will also require me to spend the best part of the first few days farming my ass off to also make it worthwhile. And I know that my threshold for farming doesn't extend more than a couple of hours a day. I don't care how much money it's making. I don't care if we are printing much more than a couple of hours of farming a day, and I'm like, I'm out of there. I'm probably gonna want to see more value in setting up basic professions on my main account, on my main 4 characters. Getting a few characters up to 90. I'm probably not gonna zug my first character to 90 in day 1. I don't think this time round. I think I might take the leveling to 90 a little bit more cash. That is unless dungeon farming ends up being just like Giga OP again. If that's the case, we will blast a few up to 90 just because it's quick and efficient. That's what I did in the War Within. But the long tail value of that wasn't particularly high. It was just convenient. How much herbs and ore were on the auction house during the War Within early access? I see it's difficult to compare, right? Because herbs and ore were getting absolutely hoovered during the War Within because people were blasting through them. People like me were spending ungodly amounts of gold on shuffling professions, which was an extreme level of consumption of materials very early on. The reality is there is no shuffle this time. There is no real heavy reason for people to burn through mats at an ungodly pace. Another one of those reasons why I am questioning just what the value proposition of that will be. I mean, it will still be good for, 50k an hour plus, but I can get 50k an hour right now doing lumber farming. Like, it won't be a rarity, a special thing so much. I need to decide what the plan is, really. Even if they've just AFK prospecting, milling, or recycling, I'm sure it'll pay off. Well, that's true. That's true. Even if it's just to get some of my bonus professions span up. When I vaguely remember that most of my profitable days of prospecting were literally before it was kind of the last day or so of early act. I can't remember. Fortunately, I have VODs of this, so I can just go back and look. I can actually just go back and look, I suppose, exactly what I was doing. The advantage of being a streamer and streaming on YouTube, I kind of have all of my War Within launch footage. How low do they go on launch? Do we get sub 200s? Are you talking about the token price? I don't think the token price will go below 300 in the EU. Oh, 77k. Hello. Once again, just a bunch of little things. Lots of little things adding up to a nice big juicy number. This doesn't feel like the worst mailbox opening. I wouldn't be too confident putting a final number on it yet, but we've had a few realms that have made me go ooh. And an awful large amount of realms where we've sold, you know, just a couple of bits and pieces, but a couple of bits and pieces still adds up to like 10, 20k. Classic auction house is busted. Neither the percentage of vendor sell nor the deposit factor formula is consistently correct to calculate the deposit cost. I have no idea what's going on in Classic. I don't play it. You might as well be talking about League of Legends. Historically, the token dropped hard at the launch of an expansion. That being said, it barely dipped for the War Within. I don't think it will drop below 350, even that low. Yeah, I'm not convinced it's going to dip that aggressively. It depends just how. It's more of a slow burn, and also because of the staggered raid launch for season 1, it will be even more of a spread out situation. Because realistically, it all depends on when people want to buy gold, doesn't it? Like, what's the point when everybody wants to buy a bunch of gold, right? Some people will buy a bunch of gold before they head off into the raid. Some people won't be spent buying gold until they get a couple of raid drops and they see a BOE they want to buy. There'll be some people that'll buy their gold before the expansion even launches, just so it's there. You know, if you're clever, if you know that you're the kind of player that's going to buy a couple of tokens, you buy them now while you get 400k for them, not when they drop in value, you know? But you have to assume that most people are not particularly savvy about that sort of thing, and literally, you know, they wait until the minute they need the gold and then they just swipe. But how you know, how liquidated are people? Let's not forget, anybody that wants to make gold right now has been able to fly around and lumber farm for an entire month already. Just printing. Like, how many people out there who are relatively consistent players will have enough gold and won't feel the need to swipe this time around? Who knows? I think the token will probably dip as low as 350, but I'm not convinced it will go much below 300, simply because it's a psychological thing when it goes below 300. It's why the token is hovering around 400 so consistently right now. As soon as it goes above 400, people are like, right, I'll swipe. But then as soon as it dips below 400, people are like, right, I'll cash out now. So it's like, you know, it's just that psychological round number. And then the same thing will happen if it gets as low as 300. It won't go much below 300. Because the second it goes to like 292, people will just be cashing out and it will push it back up to over 300. Another 57k. Yoink. 10k across a couple of sales. Longboy token went to 424. Can you buy the Longboy still? Is that gone from the store again now? I'm guessing that's gone again now, isn't it? Did you know that the hardened stirrups let you lumber whilst flying in BFA and even mining? I do know, yes. Whether I would remember to tell people or to suggest it, the answer is no. It's been a long time since the BFA mount equipment has even entered my brain. But yeah, it's yes. They do work. Remind me of that if we get to BFA lumbering today, by the way. Right, we've only got 3 realms left in these ones. Sorry, 8 realms left. 2 sets of 4. And these ones are ones where I don't have much stock because they're big servers. Where everything's too cheap. Too cheap. £1 fish. Apparently we don't sell anything on these realms. It's going to scuff my average, that is. Damn you. Yoink. That was a nice quick cycle. Right, last team. Last team, which I categorically know has got basically no lumber on it, so we can run the books in a minute and see how we did. Have you seen the Swift Spectral Tiger for sale lately? Question mark. I have the Spectral Tiger already. You're never going to find that for sale on an auction house, though. That's you can only get that thing these days via direct trade, people on Discords. I wonder what the going rate is for a Spectral Tiger these days. It's been 40 to 80 million previously, hasn't it? Not cheap. Right, let's run the numbers. Can we do last hour? Probably. Calculator time. What we got? 238. 017 plus, oh my god, only 70k. 627 plus 238 966 plus 206709. 750k. We're pretty solidly doing 750k a day. Is a pretty consistent average. Minus Sunday last week where we did 1.4. But from that point on, we've been doing 750k a day. Which is nice. We take that. Right, it's midday. We've got everything listed on the auction house. Let's let it chill for an hour while we go and where's me? Do I not have the main account open? Let's go chip away at some Legion lumber, I think, today. You know what? If I was really clever, I'd have these running a sniper. I'd have these running a sniper, wouldn't I? They're going to just sit there. Did you get Northrend to 80? That's a good question. I don't think I did. We'll polish off rough edges once we've got the core legwork done. I know Legion's not a one-hit wonder. I think we need to. Legion's going to take a few rounds to get fully leveled up, if I remember. You got 100 mil gold now? No. Not even close. Do you post transmogs on different servers or only items that can be sold directly on the same server? Well, at the moment, I'm not really flipping anything other than Decor, but generally, I'll flip anything. Like, I don't care. Like, if it's cheap and it's a deal, I'll buy it and I'll take it somewhere and I'll list it somewhere where it can sell for more. And I'm not that fussed. I prefer pets and recipes and mounts over transmog because I tend to find or let me put it this way: I don't get as many really good deals on transmog because I'm way more fussy with how much I pay for transmog. It's got to be basically free for me to bother picking up transmog, because the sale rate on most transmog is diabolical. So it has to be a really spicy deal for me to consider it a deal. But pets, mounts, toys, recipes, is what I probably buy most of. Wedding bands, flipping out. Bait price if ever I've seen one. Rebuilt mechanical spider, how cheap's that? 17k. See, that's another one, right? It's a good price. 17k is a good price for that, but it's not quite cheap enough for me to want to say, you know what, I'll take it off your hands. Probably only want to pay 10k for one of those, to be honest. What have we got going down here? Yeah, nothing particularly juicy here either. The One Ring. These chewed on reins are popping up on my sniper scan really frequently again. I think it's because, yeah, there's a regional sale average of 350,000 gold. Somebody's bought one of these for 350k recently. And it's caused the price to go a bit loopy. So I'm aware these screens are... I have to squint to see the details on these screens. But don't worry, you're not missing out on much. There's nothing there that I really that interested in. I might leave my sniper running for cheap decor. Let's leave the sniper running for like stupid cheap decor. Just on the off chance that mistakes are made. Right. Legion herbing mining then. We are going to need... Do we have the skills already? Skills to pay the bills? Have we unlocked... Have we... Legion 7 out of 105. Do we not need to do any of the questing at all to begin with in Legion? We can still pick up Draconium and Cerevites. You learn the basic recipes by finding them in the first place, don't you? So yeah, we'll learn a bunch of the basic stuff just by going and getting some of it. Then we'll have to up rank stuff slowly but surely. Do we slam a loot appraiser on the screen? Just for curiosity reasons, maybe more than anything else. And then are we going to use my route for Decor to level up, or are we going to do what Zygor says, which is fly around Val'sharah? No, because this place is fucking horrendous to navigate with proper flying. So much so that I would actually rather just not follow either of these paths. If I'm honest, I would rather just follow, I think, my lumber path. So we'll turn Zygor off for a minute. Right, let's get our groove on. Are we actually tracking herbs and minerals? Yeah. That's a mistake I made yesterday. Like, multiple times. Forgetting to actually even bother tracking half the materials. Bit of a whoopsie. Azuna works fine. Yeah, Azuna's far more comfortable to navigate round. Fell lumber's not worth as much as some of the other lumbers we've been farming the last couple of days. So the gold per hour is not going to be as juicy. But I still reckon we can smash out. I reckon we're still good for like 65, 70k an hour out here. Begins a quest. Do we need to go hand these in? Is it important for me to go and hand these in as soon as I get these? It kind of is, isn't it? Maybe I want to get a couple of them before I go hand them in. We got the Laystone quest. Yeah, maybe we get a couple of them first. Mining seams or the world quests at higher levels. Yeah. That's right. That sounds familiar. There we go. There's one of the herb quests. Knowing that there's not huge value from each of these herbing and mine nodes anyway, I'm not too fussed about handing the quests in too quickly. We'll gather up a few of them and then go hand them all in one go. Turns out I'm completely ignoring my lumber route already. Is it that Fell Slate's the rare version? Yeah, we got Lay Strite and then Laystone, sorry, and then Fell Slate, isn't it? And if we find a seam, it's a miracle. Been a while since I've been out here. Excluding Legion, obviously. The landscape looks familiar. The gameplay loop doesn't feel quite so familiar. My goal isn't to really min-max these professions, it's just to make sure that the basics are done. Now we're in sort of like Legion BFA, you know, more recent expansions. I'm very much aware there's a lot more work to be done to get them actually min-maxed. That can go on the long-term to-do list. But today it's just to get the, you know, the basic bar filled. What the hell? Fell slate. Go on, give me the quest. No. Never lucky. You have to loot the first one, don't you? Then you complete the quest, and that usually gives you rank 2. And then the rank 3 ones are usually linked to some either vendor, reputation, or world quest, aren't they? I think. If my vague memory of this is correct. Are we... Oh, are the herbs relatively zone specific in Legion? Am I getting ethereal from here mostly? A different herb in Val'Shara, a different herb in High Mountain, and a different herb in Stormheim. And then, what is it? Starlight Lotus? God, I'm racking my brain here for names that can sometimes be rarely found pretty much anywhere. Mostly Suramar. Yeah. So we're going to have to do a little bit of travelling around for the herbalism anyway, aren't we? Or is more universal. So actually, I'm probably not going to be able to stack up too many of the quests, am I? I'm going to have to go turn these in relatively quick. Najatar's where it's at. Got to unlock the damn place. I need to kind of remember that the herbing and mining is meant to be a secondary advantage to just gaining lumber. I know I'm putting a lot of focus on the herbing and mining, but that's just making sure that I'm accidentally doing what's needed to get it done, if you know what I mean. But yeah, Najatar probably is the play if you were like trying to go for it. Just level it up fast. More nodes at plenty. So is the rank 1 quest? Haha, yes, there it is. I was like, I swear the rank 1 quest is from the nodes. That actually means I've already picked up as much as I can get quest wise, I think, from out here. So I might be smart to go hand those in. This is going to screw up with our like gold per hour focus, but it's all good, right? You're off. No aggro. It's going to be wild that this is likely to be somewhat profitable and valuable to do almost indefinitely now. Like, the one thing that kind of excites me about Decor long term is just how well of a job it's already done, and I feel it will continue to do when it comes to like revitalizing old professions and old expansions. Sure, getting the lumber's part of the equation, right? But there's always going to be that mini market involved for any material that goes anywhere near lumber from this, anywhere near crafted decor from this point, which is kind of fun. From a gold maker's perspective, especially a gold farmer's perspective, that's like really spicy. Sure, your old flipping primal fire 2x4 multi-box hyperspawn farms may not be, you know, as much of a play anymore. But there's a lot of new opportunities out there for farmers. Awful lot of opportunities. It's why I kind of can't get over the fact that Decor has kind of brought about an early expansion Gold Rush feel before the expansion's even launched. Screw concentration characters, just put characters on every Black Lotus spawn and log them in once an hour. You're not wrong, actually. If you're out of curiosity, what's a Black Lotus being flogged for right now? They're still 6,000 gold apiece. That's probably worth more than an entire bar of concentration will be in midnight. So yeah, you might be onto something there. I mean, I'm not going to QQ on concentration too hard until I've taken a really good look at it. But my first impressions were not like super enthusiastic. I have great concern that are any of these seams. It's a seam. How do we get to that one? How do I get to that one? Is it going to be in one of these caves? I want to tap the seam because the seam will give me the quest. Now, I wouldn't normally chase after a seam, but we need to chase after a few of them. Yoink. Weren't there a couple of seams that could be respawned? Like, aggressively so. I mean, they clearly have been hotfixed, but I do vaguely remember. Oh no, hang on. Was it Basilisk Cave or something? What was the OP mining farm back in Legion? This is just general knowledge rather than like helpful tip. I'm pretty sure there was a Basilisk Cave somewhere that they could be mined, and they just printed ungodly amounts of ore. Can't remember where it was though. Vaguely remember it was in Surumar. Actually, we're down this end of the world. It might not be a terrible idea to go... Where do these quests get turned in? Dalaran, Dalaran, Dalaran. Might not be a terrible idea since we're next door to Dalaran to go do that now. No better time, really. Broken Shore Basilisk, is that what it was? I remember something. %99 joking, but no shot is probably worth doing. It's one of those. It could be a valid use for your... Could be a very valid use for your concentration. You know, those players out there that have leveled 200 characters. That the you know, when concentration, when a full bar of concentration ends up being only worth like 2,000 gold, which I already see being a possibility very quickly, a lot of those players might start looking for better uses of those characters, and genuinely standing it at a rare spawn somewhere is often a play. Why is this thing so wham? Why did he take like 10 shots to kill? Black Lotus still hella expensive. Yeah, we just looked. It's still 6k. You see that the Jackass group is back to do another movie? Some of those guys... Some of them are running out of money, clearly. I'm sure Steve-O's doing alright for himself, but the others who haven't really pushed much of a career past doing Jackass are maybe a bit short in the pocket. I'm not going to knock it, though. The Jackass guys are just owed, like... Just goated. If ever I'm, like, feeling remotely low, I'll throw on one of the Jackass films. And just, you know, the natural effect of laughing your ass off intently for 90 minutes is often enough to, like, fix any minor depression. I grew up watching Jackass, loved them. Yeah. I a little bit more on the more extreme end. The Welsh guys, the Dirty Sanchez guys, were a favourite of mine as well. Often a little bit more extreme than the Jackass guys, but equally as funny in my opinion. But that's because I've got a bit, you know, deep down I've got a pretty sick and twisted sense of humour. Right, I'm going to pause this just for a second to go hand in these quests. Obviously, Finland's got the Dudesons as well. They were very funny. They didn't make it quite as heavily to UK TV. Where do we hand these quests in? Probably here. Here's a sample. Obtain a pristine thing and something else. Okay. Got you out to do stuff for these. Whoops. Where do we hand these quests in? To you. Daystone, go. Oh, this just straight up teaches us. First rank, fell slate, seam, yoink. Oh no, that was fell slate deposit. This is lace stone seam. So we're still missing fell slate seam. Oh yeah, living fell slate. I can flipping remember what this is. World fell slate creatures. Christ. I can't remember what these are. Dirty Sanchez, that's a nostalgia hit. Yeah, those guys were funny. What was it? Dainton and I can't remember their name. I remember their names. Remember they used the big guy as a target for darts? Yeah, they did some pretty fucked up shit. Some of it was actually so ridiculous they couldn't even put it on TV at the time, which was kind of funny. Even your MTVs and your Channel 4s of the world were like, whoa, we can't put that on telly. Found them on YouTube, got something to watch tonight. Oh, that's true. There's probably all the old episodes on YouTube. Or Daily Motion or something. One of the knockoff YouTubes. Seem to remember somebody nailing their testicles to a wooden board. Yep. That was the kind of level. A random little campfire. Yeah. I mean, obviously I try and keep myself a little bit politically correct when public on the internet, but I must admit one of my, toilet humor and fat person falling over is quite literally some of the best the things, toilet humor in general and fat people falling over. Absolute top tier comedy. In that regard, I'm very, very easily pleased. Peak content, but back in the 2000s. I mean, I'd still rate it these days. What dinged? I heard a ding. Why did I hear a ding, but I see no ding? Don't know. Must have been something in game. They worry about kids seeing stuff on social media these days, but the stuff I saw on the school playground was next level. Yeah, I mean, it's the same logic of why the video games get blamed for school shootings. No, school shootings happen because, some kids are just fucked up. The fact that they played GTA was not a catalyst in that situation whatsoever. And to be brutally honest, I can say this because I don't have kids. But most kids that end up fucked up are fucked up because they have fucked up parents. Facts. The kid at school that used to be the school bully, you can bet your ass he had a pretty terrible home life. Wasn't his fault he was fucked up. Kids know what they're taught. Kids know what they learn. Ooh, a basilisk. We're getting political. Yeah, we're getting. But you see, I'm out here farming. This is why I don't farm. Shit gets dangerous. Manthius, why do you not farm? Well, there is a distinct fear of cancellation. What do you mean? The mind wanders. Intrusive thoughts creep in. Filter dissipates. Everything is good to blame to avoid blaming guns. Now we're getting really political. Quick, let's talk about something else. Oh, I know, boobs. Well, that's always a good substitute, yeah. I also need to be somewhat respectful of that. I do have a modest female audience, so we don't talk about boobs all the time. Why is lumber always on the other side of the tree? It's the buttered toast theory. Why does buttered toast always land butter side down? Why, when it is a clear and obvious 50-50, when you drop a piece of toast, which side it lands up on, why does it always land butter side down? Same with lumber. Always on the wrong side of the tree. What a moment to rejoin the stream. Whoops. Matthew doing a wild Hassan pivot probably sells better than WoW. Look, I care for my dogs. I care for my dogs at a higher level than I care for other people. Worked for Asmongold. Asmongold has become a prime example of that. Not having a bigger audience does not always mean better. While he may have taken a very political route in the last few years, why his audience has also sizably grown alongside that, I am not convinced it's for the greater good. He is Mr. Asmongold is an incredible case study of social media, though. Not just one up Hassan, triple collars. Close your ears, puppies. Kahani doesn't mean it. Stopped following Asmon when he entered his political career. Yeah. His content did take a very 180 twist, didn't it? I think the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial was probably the catalyst of that. Come here to avoid politics. Yeah, exactly. I have always had a bit of an unwritten rule that we can talk about pretty much anything we want, but let's try and keep it as, politically neutral as possible. I mean, I clearly fail at my own rules occasionally with that sort of stuff because I can't help but being a bit opinionated myself. But I've always tried to go with the theory that people come and watch streams and play video games to avoid the chaos of the real world sometimes. Just because it's a popular talking point doesn't mean everybody wants to talk about it. Okay, both herbalism and mining is leveling up at a quite nice speed here. We're in 43 for herbalism. I can't see what we are for mining. 37. Getting there. Getting there. Just talk Finnish politics and nobody will understand. Maybe there needs to be more discussion on politics from places like Finland, because whilst nobody is perfect, they're clearly doing a better job than a lot of places. Creating a sanctuary of like-minded individuals is a good thing. It's that often feels like what streams become. This is why streaming is quite an interesting concept, general. You know, there's a basis of a foundation of people come for the games, come for the the info or even the entertainment, but streams have this weird effect of that you often will end up sticking around, maybe out of habit, or in some cases because you find out that you share similar opinions to the person you're watching. And that's how communities grow, isn't it? That's how all cults start. That's how the best cults start. When one person convinces another person of a terrible idea. When's the new transmog system kick in? I think that's going to kick in on pre-patch, right? That will be a pre-patch thing. Pretty much anything that's systematic kicks in at pre-patch. No, so things like the item level squish and transmog changes and that sort of stuff will kick in during pre-patch. That's kind of what pre-patch is and why it exists. It's designed to put all of the features and functionality into the game so that players can test it, and more often than not, bugs can be squished before the actual expansion launches. So realistically, once pre-patch happens, most of Midnight's already here. You just can't go and play the Midnight game yet. You have to try and challenge opinions every now and then, but it needs to be rationed or you will go mad. Yeah, very true. We arrive in March, but it's basically only the zone in the raid that's yeah, exactly, that's it. Like all of the features and functionality of Midnight will kick in at pre-patch. It's just the actual content you won't be able to go and play. Class changes and that sort of stuff kicks in at pre-patch, yeah. Yep, multi-shot will be no more. Rest in peace. I'm not gonna lie. Midnight BM Hunter feels off for me. Not so off that I will consider playing any other class or spec, but and I'm pretty sure everybody that mains one class and spec will be having similar-ish feelings. It's difficult to not really when, some key abilities in your rotation just randomly disappear. This is quite... I mean, this obviously, for me at least, this isn't the first time we've had a level squish. This isn't the first time we've had ability pruning. I've kind of seen this playthrough before. Blizzard just kind of rides the wave out a little bit and brushes as much of it under the carpet as it can get away with. And lets time heal the wound. Where the hell's the lumber? As we mentioned, on the other side of the tree. There we go. You want to pull a lot of mobs, it's pretty annoying to tag them one by one. Yeah, this is it. That was the number, for me personally, that was the #1 use of multi-shot. Oh, look, there's 3 mobs. Boom, multi-shot. Now I've tagged them all. 1 GCD, job done. Now I either have to expend a 20-second cooldown or pull them individually using 3 GCDs. It just doesn't feel as good. Now, I know I look at this from a very different perspective to like an endgame raider who is more concerned about, well, just what do the numbers on the Sims say at the end of the day. But it's still making the class and spec feel very weird. '54 herbalism. Oh, we didn't even get a skill point for that. Are we not getting skill points already for like basic nodes? Shit. Oh my god, basic fell slate's already green. Okay. I didn't realize we run out basic fell slate green at 38 skill. What the Christ is this? Why have I got these favorited, by the way? That doesn't make no sense to have those favorited. Does upping the ranks of these also then improve the chance that they give a skill point? World fell slate deposit drop. Quest. World lace light deposit drop. Okay. What's Zygor saying at the moment? Zygor's just telling me to power through to 85. For both. That doesn't feel particularly helpful for me, because I genuinely don't think that that's the way to do it. Let me put a pause on our little timer thing. We're still, to be fair, we're still doing over 50k an hour, picking up some lumber and leveling this at the same time. I can take that. What we do need to look at, though, I think, is probably a little bit of Wild Ash Professions. Because I have a feeling that Zygor isn't as helpful as I'd like it to be here. Mining Legion. You get the next rank of mining by simply mining any ore in one of the zones. A few new types, seams, and yeah, basically seams. 1 to 85, you can bang it out in Suramar. You have to find the rich and the seam nodes to reach 85, and at around 70, even the rich nodes go grey. So your only option is seams. If nobody is farming the ore before you, these 6 caves should always have 1 seam node and 1 normal node. Mine out every seam you see, even if it's a grey laystone seam, because it can respawn a fell slate seam next time you visit the cave. Clever. It's important that you follow the route along the rivers, because the laystone seams and fell slate seams can spawn in the rivers. Okay, well, we do exactly this little route then. If you use a flying mount, the respawn rate might be too slow, and you have to wait for respawns, but you can add in another cave. It seems that you have your work cut out. Hey! See what you did there. Budumch. I was farming for Laystone Seam rank 3, pretty much just did that route, and then went and did a lap in the Broken Shores, and then back to Suramar. Okay. I don't think I've even stumbled across a rich one for a while. Laystone Seam. Gave up at about 80, just waited for the gold quests. Well, that's the point. I should look to see if they're a thing. Now, if I was clever, and I might just be, I can force some realm hoppity hoppity. What's the odds I just stand here and realm hop a few times to force spawn the seam? Do I have... what's going on? Ah, fuck, yeah, of course. There's me like, oh yeah, I can quickly realm hop. No, of course, because I'm in a totally different pissing zone. I'd need to get a set of characters out here to then do the realm hoppity hoppity. Yeah, that's too much like hard work in it. Sack that idea off. I was being dumb. Ignore me. It might be the way to do it long term. If I was actually like properly going for it, that would probably be the play. Legion will have to be a little bit more of a well, like I said, it'll be a little bit of a long tail level. I'll push normal deposits to the point of them being grey, and then we'll probably just not worry about it. Wonder if that I wonder if that little seam route though has herbs and lumber as well. Where was it? It was like around here somewhere, wasn't it? Too many beavers. Beaver need wood. I need to head in a general direction. Might take me a minute to get there, though. There's also weirdly part of me that's quite happy doing some lumber farming and leveling up herbing and mining and stuff now, because it will get it out of my system before midnight comes. I know that the beginning of an expansion is the most lucrative time to herb and mine, but I also understand why it's the most lucrative time to herb and mine. It's because you are also simultaneously sacrificing a lot of the fun that can be had in a brand new expansion. And if I get my fix for some easy cheeky goal making now, maybe the launch of midnight we can obviously print, because that's what we do, but it doesn't have to be oh so serious. Fellwort, yoink. Test prospecting yield rates now on beta, super good insights. On the assumption that it's even remotely correct. It was still broken last time I looked. Oh, a Starlight Rose. I forgot that that's a thing. Need to take that to Dalaran as well. I'll do that the day before launch. Yeah, once we get a... I'll do a little bit to understand exactly, roughly what's going on. But in terms of getting actual numbers, I want an RC build before we start doing that. Release candidate build. Otherwise, you can spend all the time doing it to then only find out that when the game goes live, the numbers are still wrong. $40 knowledge points is the sweet spot from what I've noticed. That means early access prospecting. Yeah, it depends how heavy you need to go into the final node. And it's probably worth considering what the demand will be for the dust, whatever it's called this time round. I can't remember. That was actually where the money was to be made last time round, but it was because dust required bismuth, whereas this time it requires the stone from the prospecting, or at least it's indicating that it does. So crushing is now going to use a byproduct of prospecting, so it's not going to be as impactful, and in turn the dust won't be as expensive. Are my mini observations of how prospecting and crushing looks like this time round. You have to consider them one system, even though they're, it's two separate spells. Okay, so if WoW Dash Professions is to be believed, there's a few caves around here that you can bounce between in order to get as many seams as possible spawning. So let's so a way to make these persistent. Don't know. Caves and along the rivers. Is that what we're doing? Yeah, yeah. You're rare. You're a quest mob at least. Just pick up everything en route. We clean the map. Starlight Rose is good for herbalism as well. Oh, I need to hand in the quest. Wonder if we go hand in the flipping Starlight Rose quest first. We're likely to get a lot of it round here. Laystone seam. How do we get to that one? Where's the entrance to this one? Here. Oh, a rich one. They're better. They're yellow. Where the flipping hell's this? Bell slate seam. Hello. Hello. Yoink. Oh, another one. Another one. The seam quests, I absolutely want to hand them in, like, ASAP, don't I? Because I'm not going to get the next quest in the queue otherwise, I believe. There's no point hunting for more if I haven't handed in the first one. So considering I've just got the fell slate seam one, I want to go turn that in, don't I? Can do, though. Let's hoover up all of these nodes and force some more spawns. When we come back, maybe. There's no lumber out. Oh, well, there is some lumber out here, but not enough that is gonna really amass much. Yeah, we're gonna have to go turn this light in. Turn it in, turn it in, turn it in, turn it in. No distractions. To Dalaran, go. Get a quest, hand it in. The coordinates seem to be the cave entrances, but there should be a seam spawn a little bit north of the river from here as well. Okay. We'll go hand these in. We're 67 out of 85 on herbalism. 45 out of 85 on mining. But it's probably not the it's really not this bar that's the going to be the challenge with Legion, is it? Wait, we turn it into you. Fellwort sample. Sprayed by the spade. Ethereal rank 1. Starlight rose dust. Attempt to harvest 15 more starlight roses. Okay. Next one. Next. Do we have to do anything for these seams, or do we just get it? We just get it. Bingo. Does that rank 1 of everything that's important now? Seams, deposits, seams, and deposits. Yeah. The rank 2 are all of the rank 2s just the same again. Rank 2s just come from doing the job. And then it's the rank 3s that occasionally pop up on world quests, right? Have we got a world quest tracker? No, not on this character. No, that's a lie. Zygor, do it. Rewards. Dreamleaf cluster gathered. Is there are these like, is it these quests that like give you the chance for, I don't know, does the world quest specifically say, hey look, this is a recipe? First initial opinion looks to be that there isn't actually any herbing or mining world quests up today. Unless do they come from somewhere else? No. Okie dokies. Back we go. Right, we've got to try and get 15 more Starlight Rose. Then we're going to have to hand that in as well. That's priority. See a wood, pick up a wood. Arguably why we're here. I would pick it up. You are very punny today, Chris. Very punny. See what you did there. Right, one. If I, for some reason, forget to pay attention to this quest, can somebody shout at me really loudly if I get 15 and then sit at 15 for ages? Because I might forget. I need another coffee. I'm contemplating it, you know. But it's Friday. If I drink more coffee and then do Pizza Friday and have a few beers because it's Friday, that's going to end up being one incredibly unhealthy Friday. That means I'm going to pay for that tomorrow. And it all starts by having one too many coffees. Hello, wood collector. Amazing how many people I see gathering wood not on a druid, you know. You know what that means? That not a single one of them have picked up my guide. Shocking performance. It's alright. Their inefficiency is my gain. Hashtag ad. Look, I'm historically really fucking bad at hashtag sellout. So I'll slip it into conversation occasionally when it's semi-natural. Yo, we got flipping Starlight Rose for days out here though. Flipping every node is a Starlight Rose. I thought they were meant to be the rare ones. Or are they not rose? Are they not rare anymore? They're not. Wait, an unused. Oh, this is Starlight Rose Dust. Wait. Do we not even get the ability to pick up Starlight Rose properly until we. Attempting to gather Starlight Rose will fail less often. Oh! Now it all comes flooding back. Yeah. You have to qualify to even get the damn thing, don't you? I remember. It's not so much that it's rare, it's just that you have to put in a bit of effort to even get the basic one. Yes. I hadn't noticed we were picking up the dust. Caffeine's actually not unhealthy. I've looked into some studies, and the only negative I could find is that it messes with your sleep schedule if you consume it at the wrong time of day. Yeah, I mean, this is why drinking coffee in the morning is absolutely fine. Because it has a half-life of like 8 hours or something, doesn't it? So as long as you don't drink it, you know, banging back espresso martinis before you go to bed is probably probably a terrible idea. But under normal circumstances, coffee is absolutely fine, and it does genuinely have positive side effects as well. But you know, it's that same concept of if I get jacked up on caffeine in the morning, then go and eat a big dirty, greasy, fatty pizza for dinner because it's Friday, and then wash it down with 3 or 4 beers because it's Friday. It's my system is not going to have gone anywhere near a salad for the entire day. That's kind of more the issue than anything else. Oh, that's 15, right? I need to haul ass back to Dalaran double time. Do we turn that in Dalaran? Yeah. That's a fell slate, so we'll have a go on you just because. Is fell slate actually worth anything these days? Did it see a 7 to 10 gold apiece? We take that. There's a seam there. I can see it sneaky in the background. We'll pick this up and then we'll head back to Dalaran. Positive side effect: if I get my coffee in the morning, I won't murder you if you decide to talk to me. Yeah, it's yeah, the health benefits are mostly for other people. I have a weird relationship with coffee. I drink a lot of it, and I drink a lot of it in the morning. But I also don't really have a dependency on it in any way, shape, or form. I can not drink coffee in a day, or even a couple of days straight, and I'm fine. Like, there's no real negativity to drinking coffee for me. But I do notice if I go too ham, then I kind of get a bit of a weird crash in the afternoon. But that is just what caffeine does. Oh, a rich one. These are still green though. Didn't give me a skill. Already given up smoking. I'm not going to give up coffee. Hey, everybody has a vice. It's fine. Right, we've got to turn this in first. Just don't look at the mini-map. Don't look at the mini-map. It's fine. Sorry, look at OBS and look at the mini-map on OBS. No, look away. Wouldn't even notice if it was decaf. I mean, there's no denying that coffee definitely does. I wouldn't say perk me up in the morning, but I genuinely do think it's probably more of a placebo than anything else. I don't know. Maybe it's just, some hot, warm liquid filtering through my system wakes me up better than anything else. I don't think it's the caffeine actually particularly doing anything. Boom, Starlight Rose. Oh wait, the Spade's Blade in Dalaran. What's this then? We get that straight away. Do we have to hit a certain skill before that quest pops up? Spade's Blade. Herbalism. Legion. Instead of demons... Oh, what? Wait, hang on. Allowing you to interact was mounted in the Broken Isles for 2 hours. Oh. Druid priority. Enchant Gloves Legion Herbalism. Does this actually still work? Fell encrusted herb clusters are orange all the way to 100. So doing a lap or two of the broken shore. Get you there? Okay. Attempting to gather a starlight rose will fail less often. Rank 2 gets you Blood of Sargeras occasionally. Okay, there's no info on this, on how to... What was the name of that quest called? Summon Spade? A Spade's Blade. Starts and ends in Dalaran. Jeweled spade handle. Bring the jeweled spade handle to some dude in Dalaran. That's a prerequisite. To answer your question, you need a jeweled spade handle drop to start this chain. Just keep picking up starlight roses until you get it. Beautiful! Have an update. Ah, I didn't pause me flipping timer. Alright, well, whatever. I get sleepy after coffee. Do I need to get checked? Caffeine can if you bang back a Red Bull or a coffee when you're hungry and getting tired, often the reason why it can make you feel sleepy after is because your body is like, "Ooh, food," and it just converts all focus to consuming the energy from that food, and so hence you feel even sleepier and even more tired for a while. Or the caffeine has a chance to do anything. You know, I can hammer back a Red Bull and then take a nap, for example. It's basically don't drink caffeine on an empty stomach. It's also argued you probably shouldn't even eat on an empty stomach. There's two different camps of people here. There's people that will tell you that you only need to eat one big meal once a day, because, you know, ugh, caveman. Then there's also people that tell you you should probably never really feel hungry. Like, the point is that by the time you are hungry, you already, like, it's already too late. You already should have eaten. No, not never eat on an empty stomach. That's a good way to reach game over. my point is that if you are feeling genuinely hungry, you probably should have eaten already, not to just not. Yeah, that sounded wrong. Whatever works for you. Yeah. You know what I mean. Fucking hell. Grammar Nazis, Christ. Kaleidoscopic prisms are going to be worth a pretty penny. Yeah, the high quality ones probably. Since they're going to require all high quality gems to guarantee, which means Kaleidoscopic Prism is one of the main candidates for concentration in the entire expansion, by the way. Whilst there's no denying that there's no denying that enchanting is still going to do very well. I do have a suspicion that very close behind might be Dawn Crafting this time around. Oh, hello. Living fell slate sample. Oh, Christ, now I need to go back to flipping Dalaran again. I spend more time going to Dalaran than I am farming. Is that a seam? It is. Oh, and it spawned one. Yoink. Wait, living fell slate sample again? Oh, yo. Cool. Double reason to go back to Dalaran. It's all coming together. Breaking news, Wild Goblin dies after following Stream's advice. Red Bull has taurine too, that has usually a bit of a calming effect. Is that what it is? It's an informative video on caffeine. I found it a time back if anybody really wants. Ooh, okay. Over 2 hours long though. Okay, that's fall asleep to it kind of video. Yo, there's fell slate in every one of these puppies. These meant to drop fell slate? Weren't these the hyperspawn abused mobs? Okay, well I've accidentally gone and got myself 2 more of these samples. Do we try and get that Starlight Rose thingy? Or do we go turn these back in straight away? I'm running the risk of spending half my life running to and from Dalaran at this point. You ever need a boost of energy and have a good Vietnamese place? And egg coffee is pretty legit. Egg coffee? Genuinely never heard of it. What is it? Just coffee with like egg white in, I assume. Who are you? I don't care about Withered. Eggnog espresso. Yeah, it sounds like that, doesn't it? No, stupid fucking phasing. It's off with your phasing. Give me back all my herbs. Oh, it's pissing spam calls from Germany, man. I'm going to answer one of these and tell them to fuck off at one point if they keep spamming me. Decline. Peace off. In the last week or so, spammed probably twice a day by a different every time as well, which is why it's double annoying. Different German number. And it's clearly spam calls. We would like to talk to you about your car insurance. Sure you would. Don't drive, dickhead. Sorry, spam calls make me really angry. It's just a strong drip coffee with a whipped egg yolk with some sugar in it. Actually sounds like it could be really good. Not that I would doubt you in any way, shape or form, but it doesn't sound like a traditional combo. At work, we used to say you should never work after a day off. How does that work? In Finland, though, they pay you to come back after your holiday. Back in the days where people would take 4 weeks off and just not come back to work. Oh, we actually got 6 straight up Starlight Rose, which is 14 gold apiece. Boom. January in corporate Australia is really good. Nobody does anything until February. Yeah, that sounds like July in Finland. Finland just closes for a month. Take the 1 month of the year where there's a strong chance of some nice weather and people are just like, I am not working no more. See you later. Did you see that you can prospect the Nullstone equivalent in Midnight? Doesn't seem logical. I imagine the option is there, but I would very strongly believe that price will determine that you never ever press the button. The only possibility of pressing that button is if diamonds end up being ludicrously expensive for some reason. But they'd have to be, and you would have to hope that the prospecting rate is good enough, which it's probably not going to be. It's kind of there as an option, but not really an option you should ever take. Yeah, I mean, you could prospect nullstones as well, but you'd have had a serious brain fart to have ever considered doing it. No! Where'd all my crocodiles and my seam go? Stupid phasing. Come back. Wait. Son bitch. I got the skill from it though. Hey, here we go. Here's a hack. I got the skill from whacking it. And then I got the loot from it. Okay. Interesting. Don't think that's how it's meant to work. Right, we haven't picked up a piece of lumber in hours. This is the reason why we're here in the first place. Yeah, you'd have to basically get guaranteed diamonds from prospecting Nullstone. Not Nullstone, what's it called? Thorium ore. If it was basically guaranteed diamonds, you might consider it. The price might make sense. That is, I can't think in great detail just what else really needs those Nullstones. Let's not forget they were only stupid mega expensive in the War Within because they went into alloys, which then in turn went into a whole bunch of other things. The need for... There has to be the need for them. There has to be the great need of consumption for an item. And a limited supply of it for the price to go wild again. Which, just because it's rare, doesn't necessarily mean it'll happen. Right, I think we need to take another trip back to Dalaran. You get like 4 times as many Eversong diamonds if you decide to do it. Yeah, 4 times as much sounds like... I vaguely remember looking at this a little bit, that yes, you do get a lot more diamonds, but I still think it's probably going to be very price prohibitive, simply because you can spend knowledge points to get diamonds from the other ore. Now, we also then know that the other ore is going to be significantly cheaper and far more readily available for prospecting. If you physically could only get diamonds from disenchanting thorium ore, then, well, that's a very different game, isn't it? But The fact that you are going to be able to get diamonds from prospecting copper will mean that it'll still probably mathematically make more sense to just churn through tens of thousands of copper than it will prospecting any amount of thorium. The Fellsmiths report to Surma. Report to High Mountain. Okay. I don't think you'll prospect copper. You'll prospect copper if it's cheap enough to get, and you can get diamonds from it. It's all, actually, no, it's all a maths game, right? Tin and silver for prospecting. If the value of one diamond makes it mathematically possible to prospect copper, you'll prospect copper. You like I said, you can never totally write anything off because it just simply depends on what the prices of shit is. Like I said, this is going to feel a little bit more like Dragonflight than the War Within. Don't forget. I'm strongly of the opinion the markets are going to play out a lot more like Dragonflight, meaning there is a chance that you will prospect copper purely to get diamonds, especially if copper stacks up because it's not being consumed as heavily in other places. Copper's being used quite heavily by blacksmiths because you need copper to make the basic copper bars that then go into the higher grade bars. But bismuth is also not being used as a catalyst this time for crushing, which will reduce copper's demand pretty heavily. I'm ready. Drive the fell slate shard into my shoulder. What? The hell is this quest? Go to Darkheart Thicket and find the ring. What has this got to do with anything? Spare mining supplies. I should know the answer to this, but where's Darkheart Thicket? We've just been playing Legion for like a billion days. Darkheart Thicket, this one. Jade of Xavius, nuked. Emerald Nightmare, same area. Thank you, Woo. Appreciates. Distracted by beavers on the way. Oh, Herbalism 85. Nice. Yeah, diamonds came from thaumaturgy in the War Within, so you weren't prospecting for any sort of super rare material at all. Now, if copper doesn't have anywhere to go and copper stacks up and copper ends up being significantly cheaper than tin and silver, it might still mathematically make sense to prospect very large quantities of copper, basically vendoring the gems just in order to get diamonds. Which in turn will cause the gem market to have to deal with that. This is why I think that prospecting and crushing is going to play out a lot more like Dragonflight. So I don't think we'll be prospecting thorium ore, but I do think there'll be reason to prospect the other three. The trick will be figuring out what to do with all of the gems. A lot of the gems, I feel, are just going to have to be churned into dust and then recycled in some way, shape, or form. And which in turn will mean that the basic gems will probably end up being almost vendor trash remarkably quickly. We do work orders for the professions, the profession tools for gathering, etc., and all that. I've over 1k surplus of tin and silver, whilst I am starving for copper. Okay. The early profession tool market could absorb a lot of the copper, yes. That could definitely be a factor. But yeah, like you said, it doesn't matter. If the sheet says it's profitable, you do it. But I'm just sort of saying don't completely discredit copper as an option if you are going to do some prospecting and you are going to test and try and run some numbers. It is worth getting as strong an understanding of how copper prospects as anything else. Because like I said, the hunt for diamonds could be real. And if high quality diamonds are scarce enough to be valuable enough, prospecting high quality copper could end up being basically the way you laser focus diamonds, and you just kind of you cover your cost from the diamond, and everything else you get you do something with it, and there's your profit, even if it's just vendor it. It's why prospecting's so fun, because there's not necessarily a right answer. You just do what the maths tells you to do. Or should I say it's difficult to often predict. And most people don't want to do the maths of figuring it all out, because the prospecting data might be quite valuable this time round, just because the variety of what you get, because you've got all the different colors of gems, plus you've got the multiple color gems this time round, and you've got the incredibly rare diamond, which means to get an actual true estimation of how frequently you get diamonds, you might have to churn through tens of thousands to get close to a mathematical average. What are we doing in here? We are killing Xavius. We just run to the end then. Yeah, how all the pieces of the puzzle fit together is quite difficult to predict. I kind of can do quite a bit of it off almost instinct and past experience, but I'm not immune to getting it wrong. We have to kill all of this lot, don't we? Have you firmed up your plans for early midnight yet, based on testing? I haven't personally. I've not paid enough attention to the beta yet to get a solid idea. I'm waiting for the Moxie build. The Moxie build will give me the answers I need. I want to know whether we're looking at like day one max builds or whether we're looking at some sort of time gating via Moxie to get the profession tools. Because if they, for example, put 150, 300 Moxie on each of the profession tools, you're going to need upwards of 1,000 Moxie just to get your profession tools. That's just not very viable in the first couple of weeks with how many knowledge points you'll be able to get. Which might put a bit of a time delay on when you can max build things. Which, if that's the case, it changes your approach to the entire expansion launch, really. But if the Moxie cost on profession tools is low enough that you can get the Moxie within the first week, then it's a different game. Yeah, I'm still of the opinion that I don't have all of the pieces of the puzzle to have a really good idea of what I want to do. And for me also, this expansion is going to feel different. This is the first expansion where I'm going to go into it with a real heavy focus on like cross-realm multi-account play. And my choice to do this is basically stemmed from the fact I don't see longevity in crafting anymore. I'm not confident that Blizzard is going to add anything extra to what we get at launch. I mean, if they, in Dragonflight, we got drip fed a few bits and pieces in 0.1 and 0.2 patches, but not huge amounts. What we were able to keep ourselves busy with in Dragonflight was mostly things like, a return to Nax and extracurricular goal-making activities, which was cool, happy to see, welcome them, but it wasn't minus a Dracothist alt army and a quick zerg on some new embellishments in season 2, I think it was, in Dragonflight. There wasn't a huge amount. How do I get out of here quickly? There wasn't a huge amount. And then in the War Within, there was even less. So I'm looking at professions as being a one-patch wonder, which is why I don't really want to put all of my eggs in one basket, hyper-focusing on crafting professions, knowing that by Season 2 it'll be done, for me personally. This is just my first initial thoughts. Playing more to the strength of the fact that I have 5 accounts up and running with characters on everyone, with bank characters set up and ready, experience and practice in cross-realm selling from the last few months. I've somewhat taught myself a little bit more over the last few months. Playing into that side of the game, a side where I don't think as many people will be able to compete, might mean there's less competition and might mean that it's more fruitful for me to go that route rather than just hardcore spamming crafting. But I don't know. Haven't really decided. Click Laystone deposits. Click Fellslate deposits to get the next quests in the queue. Okay. The flip side of things, obviously, is that I need to remember that somewhat as a responsibility of a content creator is to promote content and showcase best practices that are useful for more people than just myself. Like, I got to be careful not to be like too super greedy with what I'm doing. K-Chak's approach to this, for example, is quite interesting. Yeah, I mean, he could be lurking now for all I know. But the fact that he's very heavily focusing on like front loading a lot of the effort on the beta and stuff now, and then when the expansion goes live, he's planning on just like going dark for 2 weeks, from what I can gather. Like he'll turn off the stream, he'll have YouTube content like ready in the wings, but he'll just go ham on whatever his strategy plans to be. It's definitely an interesting way to do it. I'm not organized enough for that. Have you heard anything about midnight crafting? That the maximum item level of weapons is tuned to not be BIS? I am not the person to ask about tuning and BIS and that sort of stuff. The reality is wait for Wowhead guides, wait for class guides. Either do the legwork yourself or wait for class guides, because that's really all that matters. Crafted gear has the nice advantage of that even if it doesn't land on BIS lists, the fact that the very, for a lot of people, their first 2 sparks go towards a weapon, which regardless of whether that weapon is BIS or not, is often the first thing they will craft, just because at that time it's the most guaranteed way to get a very large upgrade, even if it's not end of season BIS. So to a degree, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, is probably my take on it. I mean, it's great if if crafted gear does end up being BIS, because then you know for an absolute fact everybody's going to want it. But it doesn't mean nobody wants it if it doesn't sit on a BIS list. There's a little bit of nuance to that one. I think that's crazy. Surely it's the biggest time to grow your audience. How much in-game gold does he need? I mean, it's like I said, it's not that he won't be around. I'll be brutally honest with everybody here, which is kind of like, in a way, shooting myself in the foot. Streaming doesn't grow your audience. Like, streaming doesn't grow an audience in any way, shape, or form. Not for content creators of my and his size. YouTube does, though. So, if he's front loading 2 weeks worth of daily videos, he can take 2 weeks, go dark, play the game as much as he wants, and be absolutely chilling. So it's yeah, it will probably have a touch of frustration to his regular stream audience, but it ain't gonna make that much difference long term. Why are we all of a sudden out here? I don't like being out here, simply because it's flipping impossible to fly out here. I'm going to ignore the rules of Zygor and head to Azuna again. We'll follow this path. Don't know if it's just me, but did they remove the service channel? Oh, I have no idea. I wouldn't object if they did. I'm gonna stream me fumbling early access like a total noob. Don't worry about it. We all this is like, over the years I've slowly come to learn that you just do goal making to your own sort of like, do goal making in a way that facilitates your own needs. It's hence why there's often not a right or optimal way to do it. And if you it's entirely possible that if you try to optimize and min-max too much, you just brain fog yourself into a point of not really doing any of it properly either. Yeah, the service channel is one of the first channels I 100% turn off on any character anyway. It is still here for me. I still have a services tab. It's not visible though. Yeah, I mean, Kachak's choice to go dark at the beginning of an expansion, you know, he sacrifices 2 weeks of Twitch viewership to do it. But it won't affect him negatively long term because he'll still have YouTube content that's pre-recorded and scheduled. And, you know, he gets to play the expansion launch how he wants to. And there's no question about it that by not streaming, he'll be able to do things a little bit more without it becoming general consensus. And I know this firsthand that more often than not, especially at the beginning of an expansion, if I sit there and do prospecting for a stream, by the end of the day, prospecting's in the bin. And that is ever more true at the beginning of an expansion. Because I've seen like entire markets get just swept up from underneath my feet. Like, you know, if I take more than 2 minutes to assess a market before buying something and I do it live on stream in the first week of an expansion, somebody's gonna snipe it before before I've even finished my sentence. So I get why he might, you know, I get why somebody would choose to just like not stream at the very beginning. I'm not going to be too serious this time around. Maybe set up some crafters, then rotate concentration alts in. I'm yeah, there's part of me that doesn't necessarily want to have like a solid plan of action. Mostly due to the fact that the start of an expansion for me is like the most magical month of the year for WoW. Everything's new, everybody's hype about everything all the time. Like, you got new zones to explore, new factions to level. You know, it's like getting 4 full content patches worth of content in one go. And even somebody like me who will spend a lot of time on betas, alphas, PTRs, testing this stuff ahead of time, it still feels different when you get to do it like properly. And it's, you know, you get to do it when it's permanent. So I also, you know, both do I understand, and I also try and, you know, part this knowledge on people as well. The reason that goal making is so ridiculously profitable at the beginning of an expansion is because most people don't want to do it, and most people aren't doing it. Most people want somebody else to go out and farm those materials for them, because the thought of spending an hour going and farming materials when they've got 4 zones worth of new quests and rares and treasures and all sorts of stuff to find, they can't stomach farming it themselves, so they'll pay a premium for somebody else to do it for them. That's genuinely why Season 1 Gathering is always incredibly high gold per hour, because most people just simply don't want to do it. Our guild decided to try and get cutting edge this expansion, so pushing M+ to get some gear and progressing the raid. I don't know how much time I will get to make some gold. This is it. The time aspect of it becomes the biggest barrier to entry for most people. that, you know, their friends, their guilds, their other playmates are usually not anywhere near as focused on goal making, and so in turn, you know, the requirement gets pushed off on you to play in a more generic way. This is the thing for me about all these people spinning up huge amounts of concentration alts right now. Like, yeah, it's absolutely incredible to go into a new expansion with 200 plus characters ready to do concentration. And some people even will turn around and go, oh, well, I can probably bang that out in 2 or 3 hours. Yeah, I'm sure you can, but it's going to probably be so low down most people's priority list that will they? You know, it's very difficult to sit there in a video game doing something for 2 to 3 hours that's highly monotonous when you are desperate to go out and do other things. Anybody that has to do any form of adulting understands that doing the chores is very painful if you know you're missing the football game. Like, it's the same thing with goal making. It's going to be the same thing with concentration odds. Yeah, sure, it sounds like, oh, it's only 2 or 3 hours every couple of days. That's easy business, right? It will be one hell of a chore when you are absolutely desperate to go off and do anything else. Without a doubt, he'll go for as many firsts as he can. I mean, I don't know what K-Chak's strategy is, and I don't think he's going to share it all that publicly anyway. But the opportunities for firsts are, well, we saw this. My perspective is I don't think he is going for firsts. I think he'll probably go for. I don't think his strategy will sway too far from what he did in the War Within, which will be to spend so much gold buying herbs for the purpose of creating flasks that he himself, as one individual with all of his accounts, ends up basically dictating the herb price. You know, and will optimize potions to within an inch of his life, and will basically double his money on as many potions as he can physically craft and sell. If you've got the ability to spend 200 million in the first couple of weeks on herbs, you are going to be able to buy so many herbs that every other person in the entire region is guaranteed to have a worse price than you on potions. So why would you do anything other than that? On a market that you know sells just an ungodly quantity of stuff, and it happens nice and quickly. People buy their potions, people buy their flasks, they buy those things before the raid even starts. The only thing that might turn him off a route like that is that alchemy does look to play out very differently this time. But I don't think his focus will be swayed by like concentration being easier to make flasks, for example. He'll go the route of just absolute cheapest possible, humanly possible price on bis potions, and just have them crafting on 4 accounts 6 hours a day to basically have a 80% stranglehold on the potion market in NA. You can only do that if you're able to, if you don't need to rotate your gold. You can only do that if you're able to buy 300 million gold worth of herbs without actually selling any yet. Most people, the reason why most people can't do that is that people need, if people spend 1 million gold on materials, most people need to craft something and sell that something relatively quickly so they can reinvest back in more materials. K-Chat don't have that problem. if we are obviously led to believe he has as much gold as he actually has. I don't think he even knows how much gold he has these days. But anyway, it's not for me to speculate. Just saying his strategy will probably be something that most people wouldn't assume would even be a possible thing. And the quote unquote firsts market will be very, very, very dependent on Moxie, which we don't know yet. Because Moxie will determine how quick you'll be able to get to full build. You need the ability to get full build to land almost perfectly at the time when everybody is then going to want that thing. That's when going for a first to market build will work very effectively, but it's very, 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 very dependent on timings. There's no point being a week early to a market when nobody wants it yet. Ask anybody that tried to shuffle to get rank 3 gems in the War Within what happens when you try and do that. It's awesome when you can mass produce rank 3 gems 3 days into an expansion until you find out it's about 10 days until anybody wants them. And you've spent 15 million gold trying to do it. Right, we don't seem to be getting, however hard we try, any of these additional herb mining quests. I wonder if 94 out of 105 is it even possible to get to 105? I probably should gather some of the other ones just to get the quests. Wouldn't buying that many herbs be considered interruption of markets and be ban worthy? I'm hesitant to buy that many myself. No, not if you're doing it for the intended purpose, which is to craft potions and then sell potions. Doing it to then turn around and then put them all back on the auction house at that scale could definitely be considered market manipulation. But if you're the point is when if you can do something at such a large scale that if you can turn, let's say for example after 3 days of the expansion turning around, you can turn around and buy like 60% of the entire region's supply of herbs. What do you think that does to the price of those herbs? It's going to, if you take out the bottom 60% of all herbs 3 days into expansion, that basically means you've got a reset on the entire market, and every single person that buys herbs from that point on until the price comes back down again has a worse price than you have. And if you're also simultaneously creating characters in a way that optimizes for crafting cost in the first place, it borderline becomes foolproof. And we also know that in the first couple of weeks, market prices on materials and stuff crashes pretty much, and then we get that first wave, that first spike in price. Five crafters working full-time crafting high turnover pots doesn't scratch the surface of the overall demand when the raid launches, though. Plenty of cake for everybody to be had. Possibly. Possibly. This is also one of those things where EU seems to work very differently to NA. Like, I remember seeing over on NA at the beginning of the War Within, reset day on NA, there was like 3 people selling bountiful ciphers. Like, it just wouldn't happen in the EU, right? There was like 3 listings for bountiful ciphers. The entire auction house supply for the entire region was like 3 listing price points. It just does not happen in the EU. The EU would have like 25 people trying to post them, and it would be cancel scan chaos. The 2 regions do work very differently with that sort of stuff. But I don't know. I don't have the capital to do any of that sort of silly shenanigans anyway. I just think it's interesting to see it in action. Can't help but think of Borderlands Moxie every time I hear great cosplays. Well, yeah, true. After just playing Borderlands 4 recently, I hadn't played the previous Borderlands game, but I quite enjoyed Borderlands 4. I just wish it ran better. It probably does by now, actually. I should boot it up again. And finish it. I never finished Borderlands 4. It was fun, though. Do I want to continue pushing this, or do I want to move on to something else? I think the fact that I'm even considering it showcases that I should probably move on to something else. How much lumber have we picked up doing this? Couple hundred fell touch lumber. That's fine. Not a huge amount of like technical lumber per hour by doing this, but it's fine. It doesn't matter. The goal was to get some and put it in the war bank anyway, and to get some work done on urban mining in Legion. We can maybe take some time out of our day to do some slightly more focused farms and upgrades maybe in the future. I might should we jump and have a look? What's after Legion? BFA. BFA's a touch easier, isn't it? BFA's easier. How many points and professions can you pick up in the first week? It's roughly 50 plus whatever you can get from first time crafts, which is going to vary wildly dependent on your profession. But roughly 50 is a good baseline. It's basically about 30 less than what we could get in the War Within. Because the system is pretty much the same, other than the fact that, at least so far, there isn't a vendor that sells knowledge point books like there was in the War Within. Do I do a cancel scan on these guys, or is it too early in the day? It's probably too early in the day. Zandalari mining. Go. I'm already 84 out of 175. How have I managed to do that then? Professions, herbalism, Zandalari herbalism. Wait, have I already done Zandalari herbalism? What an absolute goat. When did I do that? Oh, so I did. Oh, well, that's oh, well, I've got to the point where I've mostly caught up to where this character had done stuff before anyway. Zandalari Shadowlands Dragon Isles, and okay, we still got to do Kazorgar, but sure. Oh, okay, that's fun. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have stopped with Legion then. Maybe I should have just plowed through. What does mining look like? Andalari mining needs some work, but Shadowlands is done. Dragon Isles is done. Oh, interesting. The finish line is almost in sight. I didn't even realise. I didn't even realise. Somonite deposits. Click rich ones and the seams to reach Sandalari mining 175. This is where we go in for this. Off to Najatat. Why am I capping the old mining herbalism? Because I haven't and I need to. I'm kind of wombo comboing it with also farming lumber. Because I can, for the first time in a long time, do this whilst also making a sizable amount of gold at the same time. So it's two birds with one stone, really. It's not as profitable as just straight up farming lumber, but, you know, it's good to have. I bet there's no trees in Najatar, though, is there? I bet there's no trees. Considering it's meant to be classed as underwater in the first place, right? All downstairs. Which one is it? That one? Zoldazer. Is there no quicker way to get to Najatar for the Horde? Probably isn't, is there? Trees out here. Beta build today for sure. Told you to, like, if you just say it every day, eventually it'll come true. It's got to, right? It's got to. One day, Ilithus, Najatar. One day. We got lots of builds yesterday, just not a beta one. We got a build for flipping everything, but the forums is also flooding with that's it. No new build. Is it really? I mean, it's sort of understandable. The fact that, you know, pre-patches, I can smell it, it's that close. And theoretically, you would assume that by the time pre-patch launches, considering the concept of what pre-patch is meant to do, which is to add everything midnight, everything new expansion to the game, so that bugs and shit can be ironed out before the game actually goes live, you would kind of hope, wouldn't you, that it would all be finished by the time pre-patch turns up. So in that scenario, you would kind of expect the expansion to be finished within like 2 weeks. And we haven't had a build for nearly 3 weeks because of the festive period. It's funny, right? Because, you know, the players are like, what's going on? Can you imagine what's going on in like inside Blizzard right now? I'm sure it's not. I hope they're getting paid well, because it's not going to be fun. Whilst this is clearly going to be the way to level mining, there is the downside of this that I'm not going to get a single drop of lumber doing this, so I might just have to accept the fact that this is just something to get done. How do we get that one? I don't know, it's only a deposit. If it was a seam, I'd try and grab it. In the WoW add-on devs Discord, they said no build this week. I don't know if they have some secret news. Well, the secret is that they probably speak to the actual devs on a regular basis. Content creators, we have a similar direct line to some of the devs, but they're not necessarily as forthcoming with information. I'm not even going to pick up the herbs. Let's just be here to get the mining done. Worst case professions also break on pre-patch. We'll have to see, won't we? You can only hope that everything works. The one thing for me is that I tend to think that most aspects of the game, there's a little bit of leniency that can be had when shit just doesn't work. Because, you know, if a boss isn't tuned correctly, or if a spell is hitting a bit too hard, there isn't really much of a dramatic long tail effect or effect to anybody outside that class or that spec or anything like that. The issue is with the professions and stuff that a balls up at the beginning of the expansion can have like real knock-on effects. And because Blizzard also sells gold, I think they have a, dare I say, moral obligation to make sure it's not fucked up. Because people are spending their time and efforts in the game. They're also potentially like buying gold with their real money to play with these new systems and stuff. And I just think it's I'm biased, obviously, but I just tend to feel that the professions and stuff need to make sure that they have a good, solid, all-round level of polish. Because look, Dragonflight had a real there was a real bad taste in a lot of people's mouths about how Dragonflight launched, because there was a few bugs, a few exploits that like really triggered people, like rep exploits, meaning that some people were able to get far further ahead with their professions than others. Little things like these like ruin the fun for a lot of people. Whereas, you know, if a class has an ability that hits a bit too hard, or a boss has a one-shot mechanic that needs retuning, it's not the end of the day, is it? Especially when I think we are going to enter Midnight again with a system where knowledge point spend is not going to be refundable. unless they slam a new NPC on the beta late in the day, it doesn't look like they have plans to let you respec your profession points again until probably they choose to add an NPC in, which would be weird for them to do. But, you know, if you're going to make the system tough like that, it better be right when it goes live. Better work. There's nothing out here. This zone is dead as a dodo for materials. Why are we out here? This place is flipping useless. This little lap is not worth doing, is it? I think we need to go a little bit further afield. How do we get out of here? Ooh, a seam. Yoink. Well, there's Zandalari mining 100. 100 down, 75 to go. We really have to do it all doing a Semonite? That doesn't seem... I'm going to take a pause for a second because this doesn't seem... Surely I can do this in a way where there is also... Surely we can do this in a way where there is also some lumber to be had. No, not Shadowlands, BFA. One to 150, we can do out in the open. These will both give the opportunity for some lumber as well. Zaldazar, Stormsong Valley, and then 150 plus, we might have to come back to Najatar. You can still level in the old zones, but the skill gains kind of slow down a lot at 150, so I recommend switching to Najatar. Okay. Don't forget to learn the rank 1 from the trainer. Did I even pick up the rank 1? Ha! I didn't even pick up the rank 1. Whoops. Oh. No, you need to be ranked 140 before you can do this. Ooh. Okay. In that case, then, we can peace out of here. We'll come back here once we got 40 more skill points. I'll go do a lumber farming route. Some kind person explained why Manthius is working on mining. Wombo combo for lumber, where applicable. I'm making over 30,000 gold an hour just leveling herbalism and mining right now. So that. He's finally lost it. Delirium has been going on for days. Keeping you all on your toes, that's what it is. I'm going to go do it in Nazmir. Nazmir is good for lumber and all. Yeah, 'tis true. We've officially lost the plot. Bring the pollen-covered wasp. Should probably do some of these. Any drum and bass music for Friday night? Well, honest answer is I'm probably only going to be streaming for another 20 minutes, half an hour, so might not start the disco now. Maybe Monday. What's your PC configuration that you can run 4 WoWs smoothly? My PC is overkill for it. Honestly, if you jacked it, depends what you're doing on the on the other accounts, but in most cases you can set the quality setting down really low and it can still mostly run on a potato. There's not very heavy requirements to run multiple accounts. WoW's quite CPU heavy. That will affect your your character load times and whatever. Where's the... Oh, it's not there. What's dark pine lumber? 300 plus gold a piece. It's also quite low on the overall price. No, get off me, fishy fish. Graphics settings to 1 actually helps when finding the lumber axe. It probably will actually, yeah. Does outline mode... Yeah, outline mode off, I think it is, will give the nodes the sparkly effect as well. Which can sometimes be easier to see than that like slightly faint outline mode. Because yeah, this scenario it's kind of pretty difficult to see where the axes are. It's like top tier esports kind of gameplay hacks, isn't it? Just whack all settings down to like 0. That's always funny in like first person shoot 'em ups, like PUBG for example. Somebody thinks they're real clever, like crouched down hiding in a bush. Some other Giga Chad over there, his game doesn't even render the bush. You're just standing in a field, mate. Pop, you're dead. It's so silly. WoW farming is probably not much different. Turn all settings down to 1. 600 FPS. Do a peanut and turn your gamma up to about 15. In TSM, you can go into the material and set either just a hard-coded gold value is the easiest thing for most people to do. You open TSM/crafting. You can go into materials and search for lumber. And you can put just a hard-coded gold value in here if you want. That's the easiest way for most people to do it. I don't actually do all that much farming though, and I made some custom price sources for each of the lumber. They're a little bit more difficult to explain in one go. but you can find info on those in the Discord if you're interested. They're price sources that basically take the regional sale average of Decor that uses that lumber and does some maths on it to come up with an average lumber value. I love the British accent adding an R to words ending with an A. Beta, alpha. Beta, alpha. Alpha. It's just not right. It's called pronouncing it correctly, yeah. Yeah, people who say beta, it's always felt a bit weird for me. It's not beta, it's beta. I mean, technically, that's not even English, is it? It's Latin, I believe. So, fuck knows what it's actually meant to be. Is it Latin or is that in turn Greek or something? I don't know. I'm not even sure English can claim rights to it. 11 siren pollen from that little flappy pigeon. Nothing beats Finnish. There's no pronunciation of anything. You just say it as it's written. It's true. Actually, it's funny you jump into the chat floor because I keep seeing your damn name when I relist my decor. Your bank characters are all exactly the same. The English have lost basically everything else that we had in the past. Can we at least lay claim to speaking English right? Nah. I don't think we can. I don't think we deserve it. With Brexit, we should have officially signed over the British language to Americans. Rename the English language to Trumparian or something. What? Oh god, I'm stuck in vines. I'm legitimately stuck. Get out of there. We'll forget that node. That node's far too much like hard work. Wait, why are these, like, not dying instantly? Oh, my gear is terrible, that's why. Named mob? You're a rare. What are you about? Don't know. Leave you be. Don't poke the angry snake. Surprise, surprise. The lumber is always on the other side of the tree. Yeah, I've not reset my loot appraiser or switched it off or paused it like almost at all today, which has actually resulted in 2.5 hours worth of relatively true to value results. 35k, but that's including all of my silly squirrel chasing, breaks, relearning, swapping zones, swapping expansions, chatting with you guys, which is still pretty outrageous numbers. For most of the expansion, you literally couldn't dream of making 35,000 gold an hour. And now I'm able to casually do it whilst also leveling up herbalism and mining, plus weird and wacky expansions. I do genuinely have a bit of a concern that like the launch of Midnight for some people is going to feel underwhelming just because getting 30, 40, 50,000 gold an hour will have become the normal. You kind of want the end of an expansion to be absolute dog shit for goal making so that it makes the start of a new one feel extra super duper mega special. We're already seeing people that don't get out of bed for less than 80,000 gold an hour. The amount of people I've seen that have like they started farming lumber and now they're like, oh yeah, I'm done farming lumber. What do you mean you're done farming lumber? You don't realize this is like so out of the ordinary to be able to make this amount of gold at this point in the expansion. It's crazy. Yeah, the herbs and the ore aren't the big money maker here. It's the lumber. Take the lumber, craft it into decor, sell the decor. But the fact I can be leveling up herbalism and mining from all these past expansions so that if and as and when I need it, it's there. Whilst also grabbing a bunch of lumber and, you know, 2 birds, 1 stone. Kind of cool. Does the toolbox add-on have the feature to see what weekly knowledge points we've completed and what we haven't? I don't believe it does. I mean, we will probably give you a slightly more detailed answer. But I don't think that's on the plans either. For reasons. Made around 20 mil from lumbering so far and just building up my lumber reserves for Midnight. Yeah, like, I can't see any reason why if you're trying to make gold at the moment, you're doing anything but pissing around farming lumber and doing decor, because it's so it's literally Shadowlands legendary level ridiculous right now. For example, I remember at the tail end of Shadowlands legendaries, Zerith Mortis was the zone, I think, where Pog Essence was. Like, people were amazed that you could make 30,000 gold an hour farming Pog Essence. And that was when it had, you know, that was after the market had already kind of crashed. Like, you could get 4 or 5 Pog Essence an hour doing herbalism and mining. You'd make 15k from the herbalism and mining. You'd make 15 to 20k selling the Pog Essence. And yet people were still like, nah. I'm like, what? Like, it's the same now that you To be fair, there is a difference, and I'm willing to accept there is a difference between 30k of materials you can sell almost instantly and 70k of value that you have to work a little bit harder to get. But it's not that dissimilar. And the fact that this is not a system on its way out, this is a system on its way in, means this is going to be a viable goal making strategy throughout most, if not all, of Midnight and some. So it's these are the reasons why it's got even me doing some farming. Because while I don't 100% know exactly what the value is in having herbalism and mining right now, you know, with a little bit more exploration, because if the decor market holds out, then what will also hold out is all of the intermediate materials that go into making the decor as well. That's where having a herb miner set up to either just quickly go test things, or better still, to go and farm them out if something becomes really lucrative. You know, that's the value in just having this done. I assume you weren't able to get in touch with. No, I spoke to them before somewhere. The problem is it might have been in like just YouTube comments or something like that. I thought I had them on Discord, but I appear not to, so I don't really know how to go or where to go from there. Do you think it would be a good idea to hoover up the wall within Decor and Decor mats? If so, when? Not really. My reason for this being is that I don't think the War Within lumber will ever hold as much value as the previous expansion lumbers. Because the market's already been pushed down quite far on it. It's significantly more difficult for a market to go up in value once it's already gone down. The War Within lumber right now is the cheapest of all of them, or in turn the least valuable to farm. And I think the reason for that is because it's the current expansion. It's the one, if people are going to try, they can try without any extra effort. Depending on when you started playing the game, depending on what professions you've got, depending on what you've already got leveled up, the law of averages determines that most people will have had the war within professions to play with if they were to if they were going to play with a market. This, I think, is why it's brought the war within lumber price to be the lowest of the lumbers. But I don't think it's going to have like a big resurgence when we go into Midnight, because there will always be a good amount of people that won't have Midnight. Now, I know this sounds like an absolutely crazy concept to a lot of us, but you'd be amazed just how many people play this game without the latest expansion. Goal making is an interesting one because they come out the woodwork and showcase themselves quite often. But there's lots and lots of people who just have a sub, don't buy the latest expansion, and they actually end up playing like one expansion behind. And so I still think there'll be lots of people that will use lumber as a way to and the War Within will continue to be the most attractive expansion for people to test it with because of that. Is kind of my guess. So I don't really think that the War Within will see like a big spike in value anytime soon, if at all ever. I mean, by all means, there's opportunities for flipping it all day, every day. Right now, there's no reason to take the profits if they're there right now. 80-90% of my decor success has come from flipping it, not from farming it. I don't have the patience to farm it all that much. I'm sort of been in a bit of a habit of just farming a little bit for an hour or so here or there in between, you know, doing the auction housey stuff. But at least for the purpose of stream, I don't really want to just sit on the auction house all day. So I mix it up a little bit. Why do we say that the lumber is valuable? It's dependent on a given decor item. Oh well, yeah, sure. You can't have one without the other. You know, decor doesn't exist without somebody farming the lumber, and so it's and the main reason why lumber has and will probably hold the majority of the value is because it's warbound and you have to get off your ass to farm it yourself. There is no shortcut with it. Every single piece of decor in existence has to exist because, you know, somebody went and farmed the lumber. I know that's kind of true for most materials, but lumber's something that you kind of have to go and get more so than anything else. You want dark pine lumber, you have to go to BFA. There's no cheeky, quick shortcut, just buy it off the auction house kind of option. Overall, I'm not a huge fan of when they do soulbound or warbound materials. But in this scenario, they've done it in quite a elegant way that it's both frustrating enough to farm for that a lot of people don't see the value in their time of doing it, but at the same time, it's not so difficult that nobody doesn't want to do it. So this means that there's a bit, you know, it creates a bit of a, well, I'm willing to do the hard work, somebody else is going to have to pay a bit of a premium for it kind of thing. It's why the decor market works quite well. Enough people are willing to do it because there's enough people that are also not willing to do it. It's in that regards, it's quite well balanced. Lumber and Mechanica seems like Blizzard is understanding how to get these goblins out of the auction house and into the wild. You're not wrong. Like, there is clearly somebody or some bodies over at Blizzard who have got quite a good grip on the economy at the moment. I mean, overall, I mean, look at other things. Like, look at the revitalization of Nax back in Dragonflight and the ancient patterns that came along with that. Now, it's a concept. They can't repeat that all the time because that was genuinely just bringing back recipes and items that were accidentally lost in the past. But, you know, the Lamented Crusader... tier 2, was it tier 2? Like transmog stuff. That was all very clever. And I don't mind things like this turning up. It does, you know, after 12 expansions, we you know, here's a set of new professions, level them up to 100. You know, we have kind of seen that a few times now. Lamented Crusader, Nax farming, ancient recipes, Mechanica, Decor. These are all sort of interesting ways to go about making gold in the game that isn't go do 3 world quests and then get a chest with a little bit of extra gold in it. You know, like callings, for example. I would take little systems like this over things like callings every day of the week. There is room for callings though. Or should I say there's room for Blizzard to introduce something that's a little bit more straightforward. And I think lumber is that thing. Herbalism and mining, because they now have knowledge points and talent trees and profession tools, and one miner, one herbalist can look very different to another depending on how much effort they've put into that profession. My complaint with that is it does take away that sort of that very basic, very simple, very easy way for people to go and make some gold quickly. And instead of just like reverting back to that, maybe lumber and decor is kind of meant to be the way for, okay, you want to make a quick little bit of gold? Well, sure. Go farm some lumber. You use your old crafting professions that do not have any knowledge points, do not have resourcefulness, multi-craft, anything like that to worry about. It's almost a bit of a nod to the old style of crafting, just with a bit of a twist. Where do we get to show the prices for lumber? Well, you either have to manually assign them yourself, or you need to create some TSM custom price sources for them. Jump in the Discord. In the housing and decor channel, there is some info, or there is at least the custom price sources if you want to import them yourself. And if you want a more thorough overview of everything, Gold Goblins on Patreon have access to my full decor guide, which contains all of that, plus a whole bunch more. Weekly knowledge add-on for the War Within. Not sure if there's going to be a version for Midnight. Yes, I can't get over the fact that add-ons are going to be all over the place. And it's surprising just how many add-ons goblins do end up relying on. Some of which have, yes, been weak auras, predominant weak auras. I do hope that a wide variety of add-ons either get... I know Woo's doing great work with this Goblin Toolbox add-on. But there's definitely room out there for some others. And some sort of knowledge point tracking kind of add-on will be very valuable, I think. What am I up to? Mining 124. They're still not guaranteed skill points, but almost. Need to be careful with the lumber farm. I made it on WoW 1 through to WoW 4, which I used for shards before. I fly on /follow. After 3 days of the farm, I got banned. And I find same people in the Discord. Yeah, open world multi-farming is just a bad idea. Like, no shade on you, but you are A, not the first, and you B, won't be the last person I've heard that has had their accounts banned trying to multi-box recently. I don't want to go too deep into the discussion because I've had it a few times in the last few days already, but it's why I have every capability to be 5-boxing this, but I don't. Because you are putting your accounts at risk by doing it. Rightly or wrongly. I like, it doesn't matter what the TOS says. You are You are playing with fire doing any form of open world multi-boxing these days. Maybe, you know, people are a little bit... Either people haven't played the game for long enough to remember the multi-box purge at the end of BFA. Or maybe enough time has passed that people are kind of thinking, well, okay, maybe it doesn't matter as much anymore, or I don't know. But I can't count them on two hands the amount of people that in the last few weeks have said that they've got their accounts banned by multi-boxing lumber. I just wouldn't do it. Now I'm fighting with an AI support who's telling me I'm a hacker while I'm uploading screenshots of it. This is my point. Like, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what the TOS says. Like, you are almost never going to get to speak to a human at customer service if it does happen, and you will harvest, and I mean you will absolutely harvest people reporting you just because they don't like what you're doing. In this regard, the rules doesn't matter. There is a facility in the game for people to report you, and other people will report you simply for the fact they don't like what you're doing. It's annoying and it's unfair. That's exactly why I wouldn't do it. Much like the people who've got like their accounts banned by boosting in Remix. It's the same thing. Open world multi-boxing is very, very risky. Because it's mostly frowned, or I wouldn't say it's mostly, but it's heavily frowned on by select individuals out there. And the fact that those same people have the ability to like simply right-click report you is not a risk that's worth taking. Profession tracking is that you ideally want somebody who's passionate about it to about crafting to manage it, which isn't me, unfortunately, which to be honest is one of the main reasons why it isn't in scope at the moment. Yeah, I mean that makes a lot of sense. Add-ons of any nature are passion projects. This is why we see so many of them turn up and then so many of them just never get updated again, because the person that made them probably doesn't play the game anymore. It would be different if add-ons were able to like make the authors, you know, a reasonable amount of money. There'd be a financial interest to keep them up and running, but Blizzard says you can't sell add-ons, so it becomes incredibly difficult for it to be anything other than a passion project. They should also be banned after you get unbanned. Oh, I agree. Yeah, abuse of the report system. And to a degree, it is clearly abuse, because there's lots of people that will know full well that multi-boxing is not against the terms and conditions, but they don't care. And there's no risk to them. They see a train of 5 druids. There's no risk to them in any way, shape, or form of right-click reporting on each one of them and then going about their day. And then when enough people do that, that train of druids gets banned and they're absolutely fucked. Not because they actually broke the rules. I mean, they might have done, but they might not have done. I've equally heard people say that they got banned and then later found out that they were using flipping, you know, they were using software to multiply keystrokes, so they actually were breaking the TOS. But a lot of people legitimately doing it, clicking each individual window, are still getting banned because people see a train of druids and they report them. Just don't do it. If you've played the game for any reasonable amount of time, a little extra lumber every hour is not worth the risk. Right, 128 in mining. We're getting to the point where I don't think I'm going to get skill points from any more mining. We'll have to go to Najata. But I think I'm getting hungry, you know. It's nearly time for some food. Wondering how many reports I got. Few people whispered me, but I answered that I'm not a bot, etc. But for 3 days, it's of course not close for 30 to 50 reports. I don't think you need to be reported 30 to 50 times. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but I reckon it's a single-digit number. And don't forget, reports probably multiply across, are probably based on a BattleNet-wide flagging system. So if you've got 5 druids in a train and somebody comes along and right-clicks reports each one of your druids, that's 5 reports against your BattleNet. It's not going to be long before that gets flagged or even auto-banned. It's not going to be much at all. I'm not willing to test it, nor am I particularly interested in finding out, but it's TLDR. If you value your account, just don't do it. Simple. Since the rule changes, I very rarely go into the open world with more than 2 accounts, with the exception of maybe Undermine, where 4 of them are just sat there, so it's very inconspicuous. Yeah. I make sure that any characters that are going to interact with each other in any way, shape, or form are A, leveled, B, have very distinctly different names. If you have character name A, character name B, character name C, character name D, you couldn't look more like a bot if you tried. But I see that a lot of times as well. You know, you can be in the same guild and stuff like that. That's, you know, you just got to keep yourself off people's radars. We had the same thing when, like, every time twink boosting in dungeons come around, you know, level 10 twinks in dungeons, how many of those got their accounts banned because they were doing something abnormal that other people didn't like and would just report you just because they can? It's just a downside of Blizzard not really looking after customer support in their game or policing their game very well these days. But the game's the game. You think you're getting hungry, or you know? A little bit of both, I think. A little bit of both. It's Pizza Friday. I'm trying to hold out because it's far too early to start ordering pizza and drinking beer. But it is Friday after all. I should probably do the honourable thing and wait till the wife gets home before ordering pizza. That's a good way to harvest. That's a good way to harvest IRL reports. To do something stupid like order takeout before the wife gets home. That'll get me an IRL ban, that will. You're going to finish off your accounts with alts over the next 10 days. As far as Remix is concerned, I think I'm pretty done with Remix. I do need to jump in there and do a few extra little bits and pieces, but for the most part, I think I'm mostly done with Remix. I've not even leveled as many characters this Remix as I did in MOP. And I don't think I have really much incentive to do any more. I'm sort of reaching the upper limits of what I feel is manageable with my alts already, without some serious extra effort or dedication. At this point, I'd rather just work smarter with what I've got. It's time walking this week for alts as well. What time walking is it? Oh, it's TBC time walking. Yeah, you can probably level alts the old school natural way incredibly quickly as well. If you've got like those level 70 characters that just need to get to 80, for example. Probably only 3 or 4 dungeons to do that, I'd guess. Throw on a tank spec, just slam them out. Some of that might actually be useful to do, thinking about it. I've got a bunch of non-remix type characters that could do with a few bonus levels before midnight. I need to check data for Azeroth, because that'll have a better idea, but I think I've got about 120 alts now. And that's without that's also without really abusing remix, which is why I kind of don't feel the need for many more. I've got 80-ish for all of my cross-realm flipping. And then probably 40-ish level 80s distributed across a few accounts just for other stuff. I think that's more than enough. Have you checked out the leveling in the pre-expansion event? Will it be as fast as it was for the War Within? You're able to do it from like you're able to do the event from like level 10 apparently, so you will certainly be able to do stuff. There's a strong argument to say that it won't be anywhere near as fast as Remix, but Remix, whilst there is 7-minute world record leveling speeds in Remix, they are to be taken with a grain of salt. If you haven't done 100 hours of farming in Remix already, you're probably still not leveling in Remix in less than like half an hour to an hour. And the fact that there's not enough time to really do much about it now, if you haven't already. Leveling in Remix is faster. You end up with better gear than the 4-time walking that you need from 70 to 80. Seriously considering deleting some 70s from Panda Remix. What? Deleting the 70s just to just to go again from level 10. Yeah, I suppose the fact that you get that full set of more up-to-date gear from a Remix character is worth something. Oh god, I've got a problem on my hands here. Didn't mean to pull all of these. 6 gold from all of those mobs. This dude out here farming these fellas. No, he's on the lumber grind too. How many connected realms for the EU? NA is 83, believe. I think it's a multiple of 4 plus 1. 82, 83? My 4 accounts cover all but one of the realms, I think. So it's a, yeah, multiple of 4 plus 1, I think. Probably 83. Done with Remix. Everything from Bronze. Need a few more characters leveled. Assume we get some Decor toys and transmog in the pre-event. And might as well level the rest during that instead of Remix. You can't really tell without experience which of the medium pops have such goblins that casuals posting on them isn't worth. My experience selling is just as good or maybe even better on the lowest population ones. I've been pleasantly surprised by, even on the servers that appear to have like 4 people on them, how the upside of the fact that because they are almost empty, your need for any form of cancel scanning or reposting or anything is basically none. But there is still just as good of enough chance that that one person will come along and buy like everything, because it's because they play the same game as the rest of us. Depends what you're doing. Super low, near zero pop servers still have some value. And actually, if you're trying to spread yourself onto as many servers as possible, the super low ones require far less babysitting, far less effort, and actually are probably more valuable to be on than the full pop servers even, where you basically don't sell anything unless you babysit it. In the EU now, for example, Kazakh, Taran Mill, Draenor, even Ravencrest to a degree, are realms, Silvermoon, are realms that I don't really sell anything on. And they're like the big ones where you expect most people to be. Just because the prices on those realms are always crunched into the ground for most things. Still value having a character there though, because that's where you'll end up buying most of your stuff from. Right, 140 on the mining, and it seems to have pretty much stopped in terms of skill points. I've managed to maintain, even whilst chatting to you and not really focusing that hard on lumber, 40k over a 3-hour farm across a few different expansions, a few different materials. That's kind of mental for this point in the expansion. If dumb me can go out farming and make 40k an hour, that's wild. Getting tools crafted is a pain. Hop in a guild. Problem solved. Only the EU had a dedicated crafting guild that spans the entire region. Oh wait, it does. Join no refunds today. No refunds neighborhood is quite funny to see. Some of the richest players in the game living in caravans. Right, I think this is the last piece of lumber for me. 141 on the mining. Might have to head over to Najatar to finish it off. I think we're about good for now. 123,000 gold worth of stuff gathered, of which most of that is going to be caught up in the lumber. But we can spin the lumber into some decor. Although the reality is I'm probably just going to bank the lumber right now. Bank it due to the possibility of it being useful when midnight launches. I think that's the play. Works for me. Right, boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there for today. Thank you for not only for today, but also for the week, of course, because it's Friday. I don't have any plans this weekend, so there is the small possibility of a bonus stream. I do sometimes throw a bonus stream in at the weekend, just because it helps with, you know, Team NA, for example, to turn up occasionally. And we get a slightly different audience at the weekend also, which is kind of quite nice. But no guarantees yet. But thank you for joining this week. I was really hoping we'd get back onto the beta this week, and I've kind of been very, very distracted with Decor. Need 10 more minutes. What for your 420? No, we're not doing the 420s today. But hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Enjoy whatever it is you're up to. Mr. GM's just gone online. Bear's online. Twitch partner anniversary. She's doing Bear's doing a 12-hour stream. Flipping owls. Every time I speak to her, she says she's trying to take it easy, and then she's banging out 12-hour streams. Let's send you over to Bear, shall we? That's quite funny. Right, send her some love. Send her over some love. Of course, Team YouTube, you'll have to navigate your way over there. Maybe I'll see if I can grab a link to her channel. If you want to go jump over there and say hi. Twitch, we'll get the raid set up and we'll send you over there. Wish her well. Send her my love. And have yourselves a wonderful weekend. And I'll catch you all probably on Monday. If not, maybe a sneaky bonus over the weekend. We'll see. Have a good one. Peace.